Guys. So today we are hanging out, starting up a little bit early today. It is 10 a.m. We are going to be starting off in New Haven and going from there, um, kind of picking up where we left off. I'm just getting everything set up on my end, and then we will go ahead and kick it off. Um, from there, if anyone pops in and has any questions, comments, stuff like that, kind of the normal vibe from what we typically do. We will go from there. Like I've always said, you guys can call me nerd, uh, land, whatever. It's all good. But the main goal here, like I've said, we are leading up to the release of Borderlands 4, September 12th. And the primary thing is I want to get a good solid playthrough of all of the upcoming or all of the main title games, so not including Wonderlands. And from there, I kind of want to go through all the DLCs, maybe not completing them in the case of like Moxie's Underdome. We'll probably try to do one round, like one playthrough, the first completion on them. I'm not doing the full gambit of it. That's just too much, dude. But we'll knock that out, go from there, and we'll push through all of these. I actually have a friend that said he kind of wants to join on BL2, so we might have a partner. We'll see how that goes. That might be something that we do, but we shall see how that goes from there. But other than that, guys, it is just an adventure that we're gonna take together. Since I missed the jump from the wall there, I'm having to do the 4 strats. But obviously, you see that you can make that as well. This is just a good thing to do every time you spawn into New Haven. These chests reset every time you save quit or anything along that line. Sometimes you'll get something pretty cool. Other times, not so much. It's also good because every time you pop up in here, the vendors can be opened. Both of them, including the one behind me in the garage bay. So it's always worth checking. You might find something neat in the vendors. You also might not. But the best part is just this being a really good farm for some extra money and potentially a good weapon. Yeah, it was pretty neat being able to, the slight change in physics, being able to do the barely just flipping up over the ledge there, but if you get on the box, it's just a guaranteed up. Nice little matador and an atlas. So we're gonna go ahead and hawk most of these because there wasn't anything all that noteworthy. We do have that defiler, which that's going to be really nice here in a bit. Shouldn't be anything too crazy that I found. You'll kind of get used to being able to see. Most of those shotguns you could just see kind of part-wise off jump that they weren't really anything super noteworthy. Since I do have my 4th slot, this shotgun kind of filled that up, and that's going to keep happening. There is drop reloading in this game as well, similar to Borderlands 2 and 3. It's much more prevalent in those games. And obviously I'm on console, so drop reloading is not really much of an option for me. We do have a few quests here that we can actually knock out, but it's not quite as important for us. We're on level 4, Tannis's mission. There is a side quest that's a little bit more important. We're going to go actually check on our friend TK for Scooter, okay? So we're going to start off the stream with probably one of the most like shitty missions in general, in my opinion. This they rip off the Band-Aid pretty quick once you get the New Haven. They offer you the like lamest mission in the game. But other than that, let's just overall. So how are you guys doing today? Kind of like before, you see the vendor here's down leveled quite a bit from where we're at now, so I'm not super worried about finding anything crazy here. But as we've shown before, level on a weapon doesn't necessarily mean anything too crazy for it being like necessary. English is hard, man. Necessarily bad. You can have a severely underleveled weapon end up pretty strong for a while. These guys are still like worth the XP if they're there, and you don't have to go out of your way. So this is kind of the problem. You notice our dear friend Teddy, or TK, is not here. And yeah, they hung him by his peg leg. Yeah, Uncle Teddy was not doing so hot, huh? But luckily, now there's a red chest back here. And this is always going to be back here now. And it gives, like, somewhat on-level loot. So you can always farm this whenever you're back in Firestone. Thanks, bud. And we'll turn that back into Scooter whenever we're around here. And we will also go fight a boss. This one should be slightly... Oh, we're perfectly on level. That's nice. And because of what boss it is, it's going to be... this can normally be a little difficult depending on what weapons you have. If you're running like a shotgun as like your main damage... because obviously we have sludges right now, which is very strong in most cases. But specifically, it struggles a little bit against this fight. So if that's all you're really kind of carrying yourself with right now, you're going to be in a bind. I heavily would recommend otherwise. But as you can see, it is still... Yep. It wasn't the unique. That would still be incredibly low level, but it's always worth just seeing if it's the unique. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, random sniper. Cool. I'll at least throw on the Desert Stomper just because that's at least better, and it's something that I might use. Little burst rifle or something along that line. But yeah, long story short, it's always fun to at least check. You might get lucky and get the hybrid. So the name of this quest is actually Like a Moth to a Flame. Parking the car a little bit away just so my car doesn't get destroyed and lead me to being... sorry about that, guys. I actually have my phone on Ring today, which is kind of different for me. So I dropped off my dog, Cindy. If you guys see the banner for my YouTube, and I think I set it for my banner as Twitch also. No, just YouTube. That's my dog, Cindy. In her Halloween costume from this year. She just got dropped off at the vet at like 8 this morning. She's got to get some tumors removed. So, you know, we're hoping everything's good, but so I have to have that on in case my vet calls for pickup or if anything happens or goes wrong. But that scream was my wife's text notification. if you're married, you'll probably understand why that's the notification. You know, that's kind of the general feeling whenever she texts.
Let's see what we've got.
Don't tell her. I'll get in trouble. But yeah, long story short, so if anything like that pops up, sorry, just kind of heads up. But I do have to make sure that I'm able to catch that. So also, if I do end the stream quickly or anything like that, because I got a call from the vet or something like that, obviously, because it being tumors, there's potential for not great outcomes, that kind of thing. So I appreciate at least understanding and, you know, giving me a little bit of grace with that. And I apologize for any any little heart attacks I give with my text notification. Oh, if if anyone can recognize what that scream is from, go ahead and leave a comment in the chat or just on like the YouTube video. 'Cause if anyone ends up popping into the Twitch itself and don't know yet, but I upload these VODs to my YouTube, YouTube Nerd with No Land. So all of these are going to be uploaded to the YouTube. I've been uploading them. It's typically a couple days after. I'm obviously new to this, so it's all kind of weird, but we're working on it. Oh Lord, he coming. But yeah, so if you recognize that, go ahead and leave a comment, please. Let me know if you recognize where that's from. But as you can see, oh wow, that did a lot better. But snipers work too. Not as easy to get the crit, but I'll show you why. The anarchy's pretty good here, as it's good with everything. You want to kind of make sure he's over a decent spot to get his drops. Ideally facing, because he's going to drop it and launch his gear kind of where he's going. Like that. One problem that you notice with all of the Borderlands games, the floor doesn't exist when it feels like it. So sometimes stuff will fall through the floor. So you got to be careful about that. Just kind of checking him out though. Like he's kind of gnarly. He's kind of a play off Mothra though from the Godzilla franchise. In case you didn't kind of get it, with the whole like a moth to a flame. There's other callbacks to him specifically. He's not incredibly hard of a fight, obviously. If you hadn't done any level grinding, he's definitely not an easy fight, that's for sure. And as you guys saw, he was just cracking my shield, and then my health, plus all the elemental he does. This is a pretty alright shotgun. Nothing really noteworthy. Shield's pretty bad too. So, really didn't give us all that much to write home about, but can be something interesting. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes not so much, but pretty good XP, and it's always worth doing the mission. Turn in. Yeah, didn't think he really would give us much, but I was hoping. And in this case, I am just going to save exit. Not only does it reset the vendors in New Haven for us, which is always great, and the chests, it also just gets us there quicker. Why am I fast traveling here? Oh wow, yeah. In case you wanted to know how to be stupid and fast travel 5 feet behind you. So obviously right back here, this is we're checking on TK. So we're gonna get a grenade mod and decent chunk of XP and money. Nothing all that crazy, but easy mission. And it's good to know if TK was okay. And as you can notice, the golden chest, they have one here also. You'll have a golden chest located in the hubs everywhere, just so you can access them everywhere. Yeah, so I'm not crazy, because I definitely, for the claptrap, you can pick that one up, and it disappeared when I picked it up, but then it respawned. Okay. So, you see, that's what normally the goal is, and then bonk your head a little bit while that's opening, grab the money. That's actually not terrible. I mean, 57 by 11, 49 by 11. Like, that's a poor man's sledge. If you're playing with a friend and, he or she takes the sledge, that would definitely, like, kind of get you through what you got to do. So, still not open, sadly. That's a pretty solid sniper there. It is crazy that I have not found a masher still, but so you have to, you can't jump into the ledge because the floor doesn't exist, but it exists very much so if you like touch it the wrong way. Just out of curiosity, just gonna see if there's any weird clipping or any fun thing. Sometimes you can touch stuff you're not really supposed to through a wall here. Okay. And the bounty board here. The blister is a pretty neat little unique. Go ahead and throw that on. Just pretty quick shotgun. And it does pretty good corrosive. We'll try it out here in a second just to kind of show y'all a little bit more, but it's a pretty solid shotgun. We're probably not gonna focus on either of any of this in these two areas. Okay. So in both of these two runs of the chests here, I know I skipped this one. Back when these were all red chests, it was incredibly valuable to make sure you hit all of them because red chests are more valuable. But now that they, you know, very early on got swapped over to whites, honestly, this one is just a bit out of the way and really not all that worth it, in my opinion. So those are Sithids. We saw them some when we were in the headlands around Lucky's place. We didn't really interact with them much. There's quite a few missions that deal with them. A lot more. They're quite annoying to deal with typically, but you guys were able to see the blister quite a bit there. I'm gonna go ahead and hawk it though. It's really just not all that great, especially compared to Sludge's.
Where her face should be believes that you and I are looking for the same thing. You should come to me now so I can see the artifact you have recovered.
To travel within the Rust Commons. Please wait while I activate the gate. I am the best robot. Yeah.
So that was Tannis popping up once again, just kind of telling us more of, hey, we're going to interact, yada, yada, yada. Helena Pierce said something about it. But like I said, yeah, the Sithids are very just an annoying enemy to deal with because of the way they launch at you. So I really just don't like fighting them. They're kind of just annoying.
If you need healing, step right up.
So eventually we start getting mercenary class mods with regen. Eventually. And that's when we're good.
First aid kit. You won't regret it. What did you roll?
Enough walking.
So in an effort to stop you from driving everywhere and killing everything with just a car, they do a lot of spots like that, just using walls to kind of block it off, which does a pretty good job of exactly that. I would kind of I would dissuade you from trying to exploit that. So this is our first interaction with spider ants, or technically these are spider antlings. These are the babies. You'll see these throughout the rest of the games in the series. So these enemies specifically have, just like skags, except to an even worse extent, extreme amounts of armor plating in the front, and then on the rear they have like their little like abdomen in bug terms. Their little butt is a complete like weak spot. That's their actual crit spot. And so for the sake of like some of the bigger variants, like the adults and the badasses or the queens and stuff, you will have like much more pronounced like butts to them that are very much like the only spot that takes any significant damage, and you'll kind of realize that that's where you got to go for. It just kind of, you'll figure it out from there. So this is space for another mission. So that's what you don't want to happen, but it shouldn't be too bad because the elephant gun has really good hip fire. So they eventually just kind of detonate themselves here, because they're geniuses. So this place has the weapons invoice, as well as another quest for Scooter, picking up some parts to his vehicle. So after we kill everybody, we're going to go ahead and work on that quest here in just a moment. Go ahead and grab that save station. Okay, so went ahead and grabbed that. It's also nice to go ahead and check this shop, just in case. You never know exactly when the reset's going to happen. It's a decent sniper with the fire rate. Oh, there we go. So I'll go ahead and buy that just to kind of show it off. So that's our first masher. So the reason I've talked about mashers this whole time, a masher is a interesting part for a revolver that will turn a revolver into a ×7, essentially like a rat shot ammo mod for to put it in terms for Call of Duty people. But it turns it into a shotgun. You'll notice, like, it's a level 22. Granted, this is a legendary. It's got good damage, but level 25 legendary, all the good stuff. 200 damage is a lot. But even if you only looked at this and said it was supposed to be 100 damage, it's quite a bit lower damage, but it's ×7. This is massive damage, or even compare it to the sniper, man. Just how much damage these do is insane. And because it's a handgun, the handling is typically nuts. Reloads, and you can hold pretty good ammo. Like, obviously I haven't gotten the SDU, so I'm only at holding the 60, but I think you can bump these up to well in like the 400 range or something like that. Or maybe I'm way off on that, but you can just mob with these because it does such good damage for the actual stats. Just be some goofy shit you can do over there. Part of this is I'm struggling to remember some of the funny, like, parkour stuff we would do, but it also doesn't really matter all that much if you want to be real. Should be one more over this way. Yep. Oh, just on the other side here. Okay. Yeah, I almost had them all. Scavenger should be right down this way. Yeah. Let's go ahead and sell off whatever else I might have picked up. Yeah, just that shield. And from here, we're going to go do this scavenge. Yeah, the scavenge is pretty fun. This one's in kind of a neat area. We will be coming to most of it, so we'll be coming to this area later as well. This is just kind of knocking out quite a few quests now to kind of take care of stuff. That was convenient. Oh, yeah, so those are some of the bigger spider ants over there. The gyros, we saw the name card of that one pop up for a second. Those are a little bit more of an annoyance. They just kind of spin at you. Kind of similar to a rapid spin or like something like that from like Pokemon. And it's just super annoying to deal with. And it boots you really hard. So, very annoying. Not that they're hard to kill, but when they do that, it's also, they're obviously covering up their crit point because they're spinning and kind of blocking it in that manner. This is the first part.
It's time!
I'm really good at this.
Okay. Since we're done being interrupted, so the next part here. We don't have to go all the way around to get to this next part. It's just the lazy way to do it. It's right there. And since I fell. And the last part is right there. And kind of the same thing. You can get lucky with your interaction distance is actually really far in this game. We've shown you quite a few times. You can do a lot in terms of reaching. I'm probably not going to do the journals on this one, just because the journals are kind of all over the place. Really just trying to get out of here, get in and out, kind of move. This is another of those circles that we did earlier. We don't necessarily have to do this one right now. He just kind of looks at us for now, though, until we get the mission to actually come and hang out with him. As you see, we're kind of right on level 4 this one, though. And he's already up to the purples. Yeah. There we go. So we got that. SDU. I will probably be swapping this masher out as soon as I hit 25 for the defiler, though, just because it's that much better, honestly. Right from there. So just to kind of see where we're at, pistols at 6, SMGs up to 10. So reload speeds getting up there, accuracy, which accuracy on the Anarchy is super helpful. Really closing in that, getting all 4 of those pellets hitting every time. So we have one more mission that I'm going to try to knock out before we actually head over to meet Tanis finally. And this is just kind of going to help give us a big boost to kind of lock in where we're at before we officially
Let's get some wheels.
need to head over. This will be kind of our farming, I guess, so to say, before we go on from here. As you just saw, there's a chest up there. There's a bunch of barrels in these pits here. They stop your car if you hit them. All you got to do is back up right when you hit them, and you're fine. But if you stay, you're going to get it's going to blow up on your car, and barrels are pretty much instant death for the car. Those rock are going to be a problem. They're pretty easy to kill, but I want to wait till I get out of the car to kill them. The same problems I've said before. That's a badass, though. Okay, cool. Pissed it off. That's all that matters. Badasses give more XP, better loot. Same as usual. So, and a rock is easy to kill. See, look, I wouldn't have gotten that grenade otherwise. So, like, so we're just clearing out some poop pipes.
Aw, did that hurt?
You can do this with the car, just from that ridge there, with your machine gun. It's ideal to have a machine gun car, not a RPG car, because you just gotta hop in the gunner seat and shoot from the ridge. I tend to like just coming down doing it the old-fashioned way. It lets you get down here and get the XP from the kills.
More loot? What did I do?
Double repeater, a TMP. Pretty nice wall. Cool. So, all of that is really just to kind of get us around to the story mission, just seeking out Tanis, which, you know, we already just blew straight past, it being kind of the ideal level. It went from being optimal to now it's already trivial difficulty, meaning, once again, that doesn't actually change any of the difficulty or lower its value XP wise. Remember, that is just saying it is we are too high of a level for it. That does not actually change anything for it for us. And because of the linear scaling on this game, we retain pretty much every bit of value from this. Granted, obviously, there is scaling. It's just more linear. So it does take me a little under 50,000 XP from now to level up, and it's on, but it's not like hurting me. Hopefully the car's healed by now. Your car heals whether you're in it or not, so that's why it's good to get out of the car, especially if it's close to dying. That's why I hopped out whenever the rock were attacking me. Is that a fine? Yeah. So this is one of the this is some of the soldiers and the badass. Kind of what I was saying earlier. If you hit them enough in their armor, they do get dazed. So it doesn't hurt you to actually just kind of like just lackadaisically just shoot straight into their armor. Even if you're not doing significant damage, you will eventually kind of get your opportunity to do damage that way. So it something will come of it is the goal, so to say. So we are coming up on a super fun area. So I'm actually going to come over here because there's a neat little secret that a few people don't know about still. It shouldn't really be that secretive at this point, I would think at least. And you do have to die for this one. Or, well, you don't have to die. At least a save quit. I'm not going to save quit, though, because that's a bit much at this point. So you just got to come up here. Got to come over this way. So this is typically referred to as a dev chest. It's not some, like in a Elder Scrolls game, something like that kind of dev chest. It's not quite that good. But it is a intentionally hidden red chest known to be kind of tucked away. So you gotta come up this way. It's not like a main like thing, but your ideal, you're coming just to the left of this tower. So you're gonna follow over here, drop on down. You might get stuck a little bit there. Just hop up. So come over to this ridge. It might start sliding you. You're gonna get the laser warning. You won't die. Just don't keep going out that way. Make sure you stay to the right now.
Look at all this stuff.
Like I said, it's not some crazy thing. I did get a legendary, but it's not like a guaranteed legendary. A Firehawk is pretty neat, though. We might use that as well. I don't know. The Filer's kind of I don't know, man. That's okay. We have options. What this means is we have options. Honestly, the elephant gun might actually just get tossed, and we might swap and use both of these if you want to be real. Is the funny thing. Because this could just replace the sniper, and this could just be for other elemental coverage. That's dope. Yeah, Firehawk is pretty fun. As you can see, times 4. So both have super heavy elemental damage. can't really get up, so you kind of just gotta eat it. And your money takes an L. Yeah, it just kind of is what it is.
You got my machines in there, scary needles.
It tends to be worth it in my opinion, but that's definitely one of the chests that I don't think I would preferably like farm like that. But you know, do what you gotta do. It's definitely a good chest to hit whenever you're over this way. From there, you're gonna come on over the bridge. Gonna visit our dear old friends here. They have a red chest for you. And the badass spawns almost always.
Didn't even break a sweat.
You might have just noticed the interesting decoration scheme they have. I'm not exactly sure what the intended goal of this is, but I always like to think it's a slingshot style setup that they're doing. Like that's what I see when I like see this. I like visualize like it's set up to be like a slingshot, but like I understand it's also probably just like, you know, stretching him out, just letting him drive. But you know, Psycho's gonna do some crazy shit. So because Tannis's area is over here and doesn't actually have any access by car right there, it's fine to go ahead and park the car there. But we need to come up this way. There's a mailbox here. And have some goodies. Then we're going to go ahead and hop up this way. The reason we're coming is there is another red chest up here for us.
If I'm lucky.
And then there's all these money boxes down here. And that's all those single lockers and the little cash boxes will ever have is money. So it's always worth grabbing those if you are low on money or just in general trying to get money. Like the tall standing lockers can in fact have other items in them.
Catch a ride. If you need healing, step right up.
So we're seeing more of those Iridian ruins kind of theme going on there. I could pop the action skill to get over there a little bit faster, but don't necessarily want to do that right this second. It partially because of a couple of the pods over here sometimes will have badass spider ants, and I just tend to notice a oddly convenient amount of electric badass spider ants. So just popping the shield would it'd be convenient to have the active shield just in case. So that's that gyro. But we have a truckload of damage, so it's really not a bothersome thing. Like I said, getting this upgrade to the Anarchy was just a huge boon to us being able to cakewalk through. You probably saw right there, actually, the kind of delay in damage. That was because we were hitting armor for a good couple seconds, and then all of a sudden, a few bullets hit the actual crit spot. So he should spawn there, and lo and behold, yeah, badass Dapper. Ooh. Okay, now. So, I mean, kind of proved my point there about the electric badass. Didn't do anything, but I at least was able to prove my point. Not super important to make sure you kill all these. They will attack you inside the building over here, so it's not a great idea to just ignore them, but it is a great idea to do it for loot wise.
What can you do
There's
for me?
quite a few feeders.
I guess
So this
you're
is our
leaving.
favorite crackhead researcher. And now we get to go meet a very interesting character named Crazy Earl. Just get to run her pockets really quick. There is a neat aspect over here, though, being some red chests. So, you know, that dev chest is kind of a... Like I said, it's not probably the best thing to farm it, but it's not a bad idea farming this area, this zone for chests. There's quite a few red chests, as we've already seen, including white chests too, but red chests alone, there's a ton here.
More
And if you get it down really well, you can make such good time with it. And if you're gonna do that, honestly, you can actually make it pretty well rounded and worth your time just going through it all, ending at the dev chest, save quitting. That's what I've done in the past when I was trying to farm chests. I wouldn't really recommend it if you're not wanting to really commit to that. It's not necessarily the best thing to do in terms of gameplay. There are much better farms elsewhere, but that is a highly effective option. Running over to the car. I'm actually gonna go ahead and hit the save quit, just to turn in those missions we did. Go ahead and kind of bank that XP. That should be able to get us, if not our level up, get us quite close. So we can go from there and kind of start our next kind of phase of this with a much more you know, gear forward kind of viewpoint. not quite playing from behind as much.
This is where the cars live. Get you one.
Okie doke. Let's talk
Hey,
to our
man,
boy.
you need something? Bye, now.
Are you about
He
ready?
gave us some shit. And I do know, you know, the added chest runs in places like New Haven and stuff might feel repetitive and maybe unnecessary because, you know, it's not really that profitable most of the time. But when it does hit, it feels so valuable. Like I've said before, this game and this series is not about, you know, it just always working. It's not about it being this never-ending loot explosion. You know, the games aren't meant to be that. That's kind of my biggest gripe about Borderlands 3 is you never felt starved for gear. You always had a plentiful amount of legendaries, of all of everything you could possibly want was there. And I think that's the wrong way for this game and this franchise to kind of run. I think a lot of people felt that way as well. 90 times 9 is crazy. If it wasn't for the burst on sledges, this is just better. But that's crazy. That's the power of Atlas just coming through, plus it's the purple. That's pretty good repeater. Not better than the Firehawk though. Class mods are just so good money. And if you get the opportunity to farm chests and can, you know, really just power through class mods, that is your money maker. Yeah, there's no way I'm that worried about that. I know that this chest really isn't worth that much, and I probably shouldn't focus on it. You gotta keep that forward pressure the whole time to kind of clip through the ledge. Oh, that bloody revolver. Damage prefix, too. Go ahead and turn in while I'm here. Steel Bruiser. That's actually pretty solid. If I didn't have something really good already, I'd probably be interested.
Hello. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you. I hope to see
And
you
because
again
Marcus is the magical gun salesman of the planet, he is the absolute king of wanting to make sure no one is squeezing in on his market. And, you know, is down to do whatever it takes to make sure he has the market cornered on that. So as you guys can see, you know, we're about a bar and a half away from 25. Not quite as much as I really wanted, but that'll do. Definitely would have rather be a bit higher. Ammo dumps. Yeah. We'll go do Crazy Earl and that section first. That'll get us most of the way there. There are a couple really neat Easter eggs throughout the game that we will try to make sure we catch. If I don't forget to show them off. There's a couple really fun ones. Or at least interesting looking ones. We will be sure to go see a couple of the interesting boss type or named enemies. Maybe not necessarily bosses. I don't know if I'd call them that, but you know, beloved enemies. And yeah, you can actually kill a rock rat, whatever, with the car. Also, you just got to catch them at a low enough plane, and when they're diving at you like that. Since we're coming through here again, obviously I'm going to tap the machine just to see a blue, so I'm definitely going to check it. I bought that. I don't think I'm going to use it. I just, it's better to grab it so I can look at it in peace here than try to fight and figure out what's up with it there. This is crazy damage. Jeez. Wow. Yeah. That's a lot, man. The Defiler is still quite a bit better, even though the damage number itself is almost half of it, which is insane, admittedly. Like, I'm gonna hold on to it just because of how insane the damage is, but, wow.
The lads are the best armed mercs out there. You need something better.
A little goofy shield, but cool nonetheless. Make sure there's nothing in that cubby in the remaster. Definitely the kind of place they would hide something. So we gotta, you know, make our way to Crazy Earl's, and what better place to way than blow up the tunnel to clear the way. So if you've played any of the games before, you might know Crazy Earl. Um, you know, he's a character, all right. God bless his house. My walking stick protects it. You know, he's really nice. It just lets us know. People I still talk to ought to forgive failures. You know, guns can go that way. Guns can go that way. There's bad people with guns that way, and Skag Gully's back
What
that
you
way.
want?
Yep. See, he's just super caring. Yep. He wants the bad guys off his lawn.
Crazy Earl.
Is this thing turned on? Look it, I ain't talking you about Jack Monkey Squat till you get rid of all them pests.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy Earl's goated. Love it. So that's the queen, and she's got the big, really wonderfully easy to hit crit spot. Really love dealing with the queens. They make it super easy on you. Kings, not so much. Alright, so you have a couple things over this way and a bit over this way. So we'll be hitting both of these sides up here. Essentially, we'll knock all of this out before we go anywhere else. This whole little subsection is kind of all encompassed before we do anything.
There's no escaping, Mark.
I could have waited for these guys to spawn, but it's just a bit safer to kind of guarantee I get these taken care of, these barrels. You're also seeing there's a ton of chests here of all the different types also. Depending on how your jumps are feeling that day, you can go for just a straight jump. I'm having absolutely horrible luck today. Just getting a ton of dead inputs, it feels like. So I didn't want to go for the straight, just off the rip kind of jump with it. For this mission, you're specifically you got to kill 3 spider ants and then 25 bandits. Those first 3 enemies there were the spider ants that you got to kill. You're always going to get that full pod of 3. And then if you kill all the bandits in this whole subsection, you're going to get your full 25. Okay. I should have just believed, and I would have gotten it. Would have been fine. Perfect example. So, it happens. It does. But it doesn't happen all the time. These 2 guns are exactly the same. Right here. And they were literally in the same box. This can happen in every game, by the way, but it's much more common in this game just because of the simplicity of the part system. It typically doesn't actually happen all that often. it, for lack of a better way to explain it, it's with a like randomly generated system for like actually building the guns, all based off of your parts. It's going to just be, you know, the it's gonna eventually happen, if that makes sense. But in this game, it's just a little bit easier to happen on its own. There's less parts, there's less interconnectivity between stuff, and sometimes it'll happen. And especially because there's just less going on overall. But it's always neat when it happens. I just thought you guys would like it. Now, because of, you know, being full, I am gonna yeet some of the lower end stuff, especially low value stuff, which might mean the twins here get thrown shortly. Probably not yet, but they're definitely on a chopping block here shortly. For the sake of the quest, psychos, bandits, and bruisers all count as bandits, by the way. The game doesn't tend to be all that hyper-specific when it's talking about that kind of descriptors. But, so after your initial little go-through, then you'll head this way, wrap around. I know I hit 25. I'm going to, as soon as this pod's done, go ahead and swap on over all of the fun. So because of that masher, I think I do think the masher's fun, but I think it's a little bit more fun to use the legendaries, just because, you know, legendaries are neat. You don't always get legendaries every run. If we did, that'd be cool, but we don't. Okay. Okay. The next goal is going to be working our way towards intuition. And to do that, so Radiance is really good also. Just kind of furthers the benefits of being in Phase Walk. But what we're going to go for is Spark. Even though it's another of that first level of skills, we kind of want to further benefit our just primary gunplay. That's our biggest strong point right now, is our gunplay. Especially once again, early game gun like gear is king. So if you're seeing like this is hitting like a truck. So this is just the Firehawk doing what it does. So non-crit for that. That hit for 500 on him. But when it actually gets its elemental proc off, it actually just blows up. for an absolute just crazy amount.
Get those some bitches! Alright, boys, take 'em out! Get their meat, asshole!
Yeah, ticking for almost 50 damage per tick is absolutely insane. Let's go ahead and swap over to the Pestilence. Over 300, and it's doing the corrosive every time. Or like the secondary corrosive damage. It does that every single shot. You're gonna get a tick of secondary damage. And such a fast fire rate, so it's just a very quick and smooth damaging gun. You're just gonna fly through entire packs. That doesn't really do much for me. Go ahead and actually pick up ammo here. Really would have rather get some SMG ammo, would have been nice. I would have rather not. You know, 1300 crit. Like I've said, elemental effects really matter. Kind of matching what you need, what you're trying to hit, like what the goal is there. It's not as important as it will be in Borderlands 2 and further in future games, but it does matter quite a bit. That's why fire weapons in this game are just so important for the vast majority of the game up until probably getting to Old Haven is when it's going to really start kind of picking up using things like corrosive. Corrosive is always going to be pretty good, but it's kind of playing second fiddle for quite a long time. And then shock is always decent too because of the stun. But shredding through shields is its main thing, and Iridians are your main enemy that's using shields. So until you start consistently fighting them in the latest acts of the game, you're not really benefiting the most from that.
You lost? You bastard!
Picking up from earlier. There's not really a ton to pick up over here in terms of other loot chests or anything like that. Go ahead and grab my pylon. I am just kind of looking around in case there's any neat little additions. Excuse me, guys. Sorry about that.
Let's see what we've got.
Fearsome gamble. That's really good. That's a really good sniper. And then some doo-doo. Okay. We're gonna do kind of more of the same of getting rid of some not so valuable stuff to pick up these. Not that I don't like those, but I don't need those. Probably not gonna use that fearsome gamble either. Kind of the same reasons. Don't really care for it. Don't need it. Not much point to it if literally can't do anything with it. So being that I was able to knock out both of these, come turn both of these into Earl, and from there go check the other area out, do what it's got over there. We'll probably even go touch up to the actually I'll check the map really quick, see if it doesn't look like they added any vendors. Didn't think they would necessarily, but you never know. It's with the remaster, there's a lot of stuff that they could have done in the case of, like, maybe they would have added a vendor, like an ammo, explosive range. Rain grenades are really good on this. Air the Dog's a pretty fun mission. We're definitely gonna go do that mission. Well, I mean, you have to. But we're gonna go do that here in just a second after we go explore that second side of Earl's area here.
Get your meds here.
So I know I just sold that rain. I really just don't need it right now, and honestly, grenades aren't the end-all be-all for this kind of a build I'm going for. The transfusion grenades we have are kind of the main goal we're using. Having something that is really a focal point like transfusion for us, just an added sustain, is really nice. Oh, we can cut through over here on them. That's a nice shotgun. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that. Without grenade jumping, curious if I can get up there without putting too much effort in. You could probably figure out a way. I just don't necessarily want to put the effort to unequipping the grenades and doing a grenade jump, which, you know, is very little effort, admittedly. at another explosive range. Yeah. So to compare that damage, like this is getting to a point where like it's almost enough damage to replace Sledge, even though it shoots one time before the burst. Honestly, I'm probably replacing Sledges with this. That's a pretty good. I will be keeping Sledges because of the knockback, and in the case of that, you want to keep a low-level Sledges because you don't want it to do a ton of damage. For example, you don't want a level 50 Sledges shotgun, and for self-launching, say you want to launch your friend in a duel, I don't want to have a level 50 Sledges and then instant kill my friend when I launch him. I just want to launch him across the world. Feel like you guys understand that, but you know, it makes more sense to just leave it said.
Take a high gas. Oh my God! Someone help me! Somebody help me!
Little boyo over here. I will have to go up there. Hold on, guys. Sorry.
Good as new, I think. Am I leaking? Oh, come on, let's get down. Come on, everybody. Check me out. I'm dancing. I'm dancing. Ooh, but check me out. Oh, come on, get down.
Okay, guys. So, I am sorry for that. But,
I think I lost the beat, but
well, the main thing, I guess, is just got the call from the vet. My dog is all good. The whatever surgery removing the stuff seems to have went pretty well, at least. So we're all good, I guess. But I am gonna at 2 p.m. So in like 2 hours and some change. I'm gonna have to hop off, go grab her, bring her home, and do that kind of stuff. So I'll probably end it there. I might be back on. That might be it for the day though. So we'll kind of go and see from there. So we will call it for that. I just wanted to let you guys know. And thank you for bearing with me. But I appreciate bearing with me for that and understanding me having to take the call. But everything went well, and that's really great. But the main thing, so you saw me kind of hop up there, grab that. Like with most of the, sorry, wife. Like with most of those claptrap missions, you can actually grab that pretty easily without any effort on her part, on their part. You can typically kind of skirt by any hard, like, journey for it. You can typically grab them kind of cheap. So it's not that bad. I am going to still go over that way because of the red chest. You should be able to actually open it and grab everything out of it from where I'm at. So I'm going to do that here in just a second. I'm texting my wife the good news about Cindy. Give me just another moment.
Oh, come on, let's get down. Come on, everybody. Check me out. I'm dancing. I'm dancing.
Okay. I am now turning off my ringer because my wife's most likely going to text me again. And I don't want to put any of us through that again. The way Borderlands works, with most of its enemies, they have a spawn range circle, and then they have an aggro range. So, I've entered the spawn range for all of these guys, but as you can see, they're not aggroed yet. Whereas if I go,
walked into the wrong part of town.
so he's not shooting yet.
We got ourselves a hero here. Go to
Now I'm in the aggro. And then kind of blanket the aggros the pod. It's not like each individual, from what I understand. I think it's a pod wide kind of thing. But that kind of thing. And since I am just fighting this pod, I'm gonna go ahead and just collect this stuff. And then I'm gonna still drop back down and get this and go back the normal way, because obviously I circumvented a little bit of what I'm supposed to do by cutting around and going to visit them first. really not all that bad though, with the general kind of kill times for most of these guys. Like I said before, as long as you're making sure you're staying up on your actual level and farming for like the right kind of gear. Because spider ants are so susceptible, you can actually just kind of melee them. In most cases, if you have any kind of bonus to your melee, also it's even more effective. In my current setup, I don't think I have any bonus to melee right now. Yeah. So I don't have any melee bonus right now, and I'm, hitting them from, half to a quarter health once they turn around, that you're seeing at least. So it's really just nice to kind of do that, to finish them off once they turn around in that kind of a situation.
Aw, that hurt.
Just helps take care of it for you. Especially with how much reloading you have to do, and when you don't have all your proficiencies up, how bad reloading is. Specifically with like shotguns. Shotguns are pretty miserable reload times up until you get your proficiencies maxed out. It would be pretty killer to get a couple specific legendary shotguns right about now, and I keep getting excited when we see certain of those sweepers start showing up. There's a couple that look quite similar to some of the legendary offerings that make me just super excited. Yeah. So just gonna stop by here, sell all of our stuff again, kind of like what we did before. Always good to just pock whatever you got when you get a chance. Because the shotgun's kind of, it's good, but like it's obviously a white with, not anything crazy part-wise, and not even max level. Not really worried about locking that, but with these, I want to make sure no accidents happen. Honestly, there's a decent shot I won't ever get rid of this character, but I'm gonna go ahead and sell the sledge. There's no need to worry about it all that much. It's not like I'm going to really need to do any of the crazy launches. That's just more of a, a habit thing that I used to always do. But there is another little stop here where you can get a car and all of
Funny thing about selling,
your basic
everyone needs to buy, but no one wants to be sold. Not everyone has the knack for selling, you know. Take you, for instance. You always accept the price as is. You don't even try to negotiate. If you find that vault, you're going to need a partner who knows how to sell. A partner like me.
Okay, Mark. You didn't have to say that. It may be true, but you didn't have to say it, okay? Well, we'll skip the ammo dumps. We will probably go do king tossing next time we return to
Are you about ready to get rolling?
New Haven. King tossing is another of those little fun side quests. I personally enjoy it quite a bit, as well as you can get some really good stuff there.
Blast him!
Plus, I mean, you gotta go, pay your respects to the king, right?
If you need healing, step right up.
Teach him a lesson!
Yeah, it's not enough of an upgrade to be worth it, really.
Kill him now! Nobody shoots my
So-
buddies but me!
For this mission, you just gotta pick up the bottles of booze that drop from everyone. All the psychos here that you kill are gonna drop one. Pretty easy. Pretty simple. Nothing really all that creative that you gotta do for it. Aside from somehow stop missing every shot. Okay.
Come here, now you're through, you bastard!
So there's actually a neat little thing here, kind of connected out of game. Has no actual relation in the game itself. We'll get to that in just a moment. A nice little spiked shotgun and also sniper. All that just open a chest there. But we actually have a interesting other side mission here. which, to be fair, requires a little change of gear. Okay. Well, for whatever reason, it's...
They got me pinned! More meat for me!
Little ravenous dogs as all these little dudes are, dude. So there's a few side missions here, involving some fish and some boats.
Time to play! It's time!
We don't seem to have either right now, which is perfectly fine. Makes life a bit easier, actually. But, once you're out here and you have those side quests, you're typically going to be dealing with a little bit of, kind of mixed goals. Go ahead and use, hopefully come up with a little bit of the ammo we want.
You looking to get shot?
Just nice to get this part of the mission over and done with, so you're not worrying about this anymore. Right. Oh, not as bad as I thought it would. That's unfortunate. Not the end of the world, as you guys can probably tell, but you know. Definitely one of those. Would have been a lot nicer if you didn't do that. Luckily, none of these guys really respawn, nothing really changes for us. And the only thing that changes for us in actuality is we just lost a little bit of time.
Never should have come
But
here.
it's all good. Wow. Okay.
Come meet your maker.
Nice little pop there. Cool. That makes the rest of this a bit easier. Not having to worry about anything. So we could actually just turn around right now.
Shoot them all.
So you can still pick them up, but you don't have to anymore. You see the Jacob sign.
All right, boys, take them out. Kill them all. Teach them a lesson. You'd better run. What are you? Scared? It's time for another round of flesh.
Because I don't really have anything else to do here, since I don't have the other quests, I am just kind of passing most of them by. Dude. Alright. That's ridiculous. But whatever. Alright. Okay. Since we have to come back, I will not worry about it now. But there's something I definitely want to show you guys out here. So we will be back to show that neat little thing off later. For sure. But in the interest of time and exploring that stuff, I'll kind of defer that till later.
Time to play!
Let's get out of here.
I don't necessarily worry about the painting the car. They did add some options with the car customization as well in this remaster, but I never personally worry about it. This wasn't really my focal point. Like I said, we're always using the car just as kind of a traveling tool. You know, you're losing so much XP in it. It's typically going to be a last resort.
I sorta lied to you. That alien vault crap a map you looking for? Tom stole it. He stabbed me twice.
So, you know, Crazy Earl's a little crazy.
What you want?
He's got his faults. He's a beloved member of the team, though, and that's all that really matters. So, he is telling us that we need to go over to Prom's Canyon to get the next piece of the vault, though. So we're going to go ahead and oblige. Good opportunity to kind of use the opposing element on each of these guys. Of course, the defiler against, you know, kind of a neat little interaction. Did neither of them actually drop anything? Now that I think about it. What the hell? That's kind of stupid. Whatever. You win some, you lose some. Dude, I am going to get like a decent mercenary comp eventually. We're going to New Haven. I just want to check the shops and maybe, like, if we're lucky, get something decent. You will also get notifications whenever you have potential new quests at bounty boards. Whenever you drop by places.
Hello! There are new missions available at the New Haven Bounty Board.
Like this. So this is a mission to actually go start up to turn on the bounty board at middle of nowhere. This is a new kind of hub area, so that's actually the secondary shop that I was talking about. Missing persons. This one's pretty easy because it's literally just here. Just do this right now. So our friend Sean is actually just down this way. That's a lot of damage, but no. So it's really good to grab this. So now in Crom's Canyon we have quite a few options. These are all really easy to do. Crom is surprisingly easy to cheese, especially if you have a really solid sniper or other long-range weapon. As well as doing him the normal way is also really simple. Early on in the game's life cycle, people seem to struggle with him for some reason. Like I said, not really sure why, but you know, it's just something people struggled with. Never really talked to this guy.
Help you? Can I help you?
I don't know why. He doesn't really ever help us with anything. This is just here, and it's open randomly. It's not that this shop sometimes like feels like it has a better chance for like really good stuff. I don't know. I don't know if there's ever been proof that it does have uh a like legitimate better tendency, but I have gotten more. I have seen more legendaries in this shop than the shop across from it here. So I don't know. That's a pretty decent Cobra there. Nice little machine pistol. Yep, nothing noteworthy over here. Okay, so that's literally just what we have now.
Traveler will protect you.
Yeah.
Traveler will protect
Okay. So we are about as good as we're gonna get from here. A lot of these different NPCs that we've met so far are going to keep making kind of continual appearances. So you'll probably get kind of used to them and go from there. But let's kind of see. Oh, okay. Huh. That's different, at least.
Let's get some wheels.
Really, what I want. No, like I said, big thing with this is I don't know, guys. I already forgot what I was literally saying. Yeah.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Oh. I wanted gear. No, with this game as a whole, it's really a simple kind of early progression. You can kind of just brute force most of the early progression from just finding the strongest couple weapons and whatever skill tree points are the best for that kind of progression in terms of actual like damage. Whatever gives you the best options for that, and you're kind of good to go, if that makes sense. But past that, I would say, like, the game really, like, once we start getting into the second playthrough and you have kind of that full, you have really a full skill tree, then you can start really kind of flexing and doing a lot more. Being that the skills themselves are all fairly, I don't want to say basic and, you know, not unimpactful, but they just don't do a whole heck of a lot in terms of augmenting your gameplay loop. You end up having a very, it is very just simple stat changes. So, you know, gear is always going to be the big change for you, and that's kind of what you're always looking for. But that's not the only thing it can do as far as affecting your gameplay. So we are going to turn on the bounty board down here. I think it's just pretty nice to have the it's just pretty nice to have the fast travel set up down here.
Earl makes guns for professional mercs. They're heavy, accurate, and effective. Assuming you're strong enough to
I thought for a second that was about to be a masher. I was about to say, whoa.
get your meds here. Even the best gunman gets hit from time to time, so make sure your shield is up to par.
Hi there.
Is there no end to my power?
Pretty sure that's just upgrade, so yeah, that's a win. Yeah, pretty good. Girl power down there. I'm way off of that. Yeah, let's just go for spark, I guess. Yeah. Wait, that's not spark. Shit. Wasted money in academy training. Yeah, that doesn't feel great. Just having to waste the money like that, but it is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
All right.
Come hang out with these fine gentlemen for a moment.
Really well. Power. And honestly,
69.
what else do you need?
Speaking of 69, you know, the guys here at Gearbox, they made this fine, wonderful game, and then they did a little expansion, and then they came up with the wonderful idea to give it a level cap increase. Would anybody happen to, you know, have an idea of what you're going to increase the level cap from on a game that you made the level, you know, you increased the level of said game from 50 to something. You know, when you have a game normally you're going to try to increase it in some kind of increment that makes sense. These geniuses, knowing their audience perfectly, they said 69 is perfect. Here we are in, just put yourself back in the mindset. It's 2009. Here you are, 2010, when the DLCs are rolling at this point. And these guys said, know what, send it. Level 69 is the new max level. That's what the people want. And boy, were they right. It's the match made in heaven. I don't know if Kojima could have came up with something that good. They're just so hard to see, man. Like, I don't know if I'm blind or what. Well, okay, maybe I know I'm blind, but like... Trying to find any goodies. Like, see, I could have just ran away, and I wouldn't have gotten that super rare, valuable, literal, found in a pile of barf and trash grenade. Yeah. Man, they won't let you have any fun, will they? Is it Acorn Studios that did this? Yeah, they, yeah, these guys really just kind of... Seems like they wanted to put a wall everywhere. Wild, man. Only real fans. Too soon. I've never actually tried to jump around and See if there's like a shortcut over that way. There's probably something you could do.
Hi there.
Yeah, this guy's so needy. Thanks for the boost. That was a gyro hitting. Had to catch myself. I was about to say something, and that was a gyro hitting Lilith from a rearward positioning. I was definitely not about to say hitting me from behind. And get caught in 4K doing that.
There are new missions available at the middle of nowhere bounty board.
The gun that doesn't shoot where you point. Get a gun that's as accurate as you
Yep. Easy. Okay, now we're just gonna go straight over to Crom. Like we've been saying, we're pretty much on level. Just the little odds and ends here and there have kept us pretty much up to date at this point. And the goal of all of that early work is to make it so that we don't have to really do too much like excess from here on out. Ideally, it's just kind of a smooth goal from now. Our guys had call. So that's opening up the lock and dam there that we actually just found. So we're starting to get into some of the nicer class mods for Lilith. Cooldown reduction, a bunch of the skills, and then that shield regen. That's really nice.
Who needs a real doctor when you got my machines and their scary needles?
Fail. Remember the other part. Yep, there. And I think it's oh yeah. That's just another of those scavenger hunts for a gun.
Yes.
So I actually meleeed him directly into the armor on that spider ant, so that's why. Did pretty much no damage. So this is kind of the entry to Fromm's Canyon. There's rocket turrets and Gatling turrets guarding it, which is kind of a forewarning of what's to come at Fromm's Canyon. But kind of the same thing there. Really easy to deal with if you just know what you're looking at. Really easy to deal with, just kind of gotta keep moving laterally mostly. If you're dodging them side to side, you're pretty much good. Golden. Like with most areas, you don't have to kill everything to move on. Just most efficient thing XP wise, and it's incredibly easy to do if you're on level and kind of rolling with gear. So it's just better for you overall. Kind of keeps you up and kind of moving the right way. So this is Fromm's Canyon. Like with most new areas, you're gonna have a good ammo or up to date with the current area ammo and med vendor. Okay. So better. Yeah, high velocities, my damage. So yeah, I'll take that. And sucks to lose my extra fire rate, but like a little bit more damage on the actual bonus, and then even more bonus damage is just a win. Interesting audio around here. Wonder what that is.
There's too many!
So we're actually on this side first to deal with Reaver. That's the guy that in New Haven we went and found that missing person. Now we're actually this follow-on mission from that was to go kill Reaver, which is who killed him. So that's what we're gonna go take care of first. The run up to go deal with Crom is actually on the other side, which we're kind of crossing over to, but as usual, there's red chests all over the place in the game. Decent little repeater. But I mean, as has been shown time and time again, rarity does not mean just end all be all is something is going to be the best in the game. Yeah, what? Huh. That's interesting. The ground's a little tripping hazard there, huh? So, because there is a claptrap right up there, we are going to kind of rush through most of this and kind of skip ahead a bit, trying to get to him. These are those cans of skag meat for Earl. Just trying to make sure we take care of him. Marketing. So part of the reason I like pointing that out is specifically I love the company S&S munitions in this game. This is the only game that they show up in as a gun manufacturer. They assist in making shields in some of the other games, as well as a few other things. But I, for one, enjoy their guns in this game. I know I haven't really gotten to make much use of their guns in this game, but it's a very neat aspect that I don't know. It's just kind of the idea that they haven't been able to come back since this game, alongside the feel of the guns in this game that they do make, just feels so smooth and almost like a really nice high-end rifle in real life compared to like a cheaper, more like clunky rifle that you would have otherwise, if that makes sense.
Should have come here, now you're gonna
Pop right back over this way. I do just want to say, you know, I don't think I've said it today so far. Anyone that does come back through and watch any of these streams or catch these on YouTube, I really do appreciate this. Like I've said, this is
Follow me.
just something I've started up doing as kind of an opportunity for me to find another way to enjoy video games and any of my other like hobbies like anime, that kind of stuff, in a way that's maybe a bit more just a bit more fulfilling than what I already get out of it. And, you know, for the time being, yes, right now it's just sort of this idea I came up with, the prelude to the 2-4. But the goal is to, you know, have more fun with the hobby I already love, and hopefully share that with people that enjoy the hobby or enjoy something about what I'm doing. So, like I said, I really enjoy, and I really am thankful for anyone that does take their time to kind of go along this journey with me, and appreciate any feedback, good, negative, or, you know, just kind of advice, tidbits, whatever. So, thanks, and happy to have you here. But this is yet again another claptrap coming here and showing us to a chest. This is one of those cases where, you know, it's a red chest. They like it tends to be red chests, but if it's a really conveniently farmable location, it's they turn it to a white chest, because they don't want you to be farming in. They don't want you to have a farmable red chest that is exceedingly like easy to farm. It's all about like managing that, because red chests are so good and if you could just farm a red chest, like save, quit, farm a red chest, like sub 10-second loop for a red chest farm would be just broken. And it was, even if it was only one chest, like that's enough for it to just be too much. Even though I don't necessarily see much of a problem, you know, make the chests available where they should be. In the case of like the claptrap chests, stuff like that, make that be what it is. But you know, so for example, in New Haven, they can all be white chests except for the claptrap one, and that'd be fine. That's a pretty gnarly shotgun. Oh, a Carnage. Okay, so this is a neat. So this is something cool. So the Carnage, this is a kind of like the Masher and the Anarchy. So this is a weapon part that affects how shotguns work. As it says, holy crap, it shoots rockets. It shoots rockets. It does exactly that. So you notice it has no pellets, anything like that. It literally just shoots rockets, guys. But damage-wise, it doesn't tend to be the best compared to like a traditional shotgun. And I don't tend to love them all that much unless you're playing like a brick or something like that. They're not bad by now, but they just really don't shine unless you're on him. Because otherwise you're just kind of tickling. Brick has so much explosive synergy. So it all kind of works much better, more cohesive. So let's swap that back over.
You should be! No, get away from us!
That's her buddy, old pal. You'll notice Reaver and Mordecai share the same. Reaver's Edge is a pretty decent sniper, which also is even funnier because knowing what that cheese I was talking about just a second ago, with how you could get over dealing with Prom coming up, is dealing with Prom is a very easy thing. And to show that I don't think I'd use Reaver's Edge, but to show that I think I will actually kind of I'll use this sniper that I did. Excuse me. I think I'll use this that I got while I was over here. Let's make sure, did I get his food? No. Where was the last food can? It's not that these are hard to find, it's just if you're not looking for them and paying attention, you'll walk right by them. You kind of saw where they were throughout it. They're not hidden, so to say. They're just more of kind of... Oh, yeah, it's the one path I didn't take because I tend to go the other way. This way just feels out of the way, which, I mean, makes sense. Why they would put a quest marker over here. But I do have to go back towards Reaver because of the green chest, or the red chest. Gotta get that good gear.
Let's teach him a lesson.
So, of the bosses and those type of enemies, you know, the unique, named, that kind of stuff that we've done so far, has anything really stood out to you guys so far? Or has it all just been kind of meh as of now? Or has there been something up to this point that's really stood out and kind of impressed you guys as an interesting enemy? Mechanically, there's not anything all that interesting in this game. Not that I can think of, at least, in the base game for sure. Most of the bosses and the encounters are fairly, you know, cut and dry. Vast majority of it's going to be very just, it is what it is. Yeah, Reaver's Edge is solid, but not quite what we were worried about. I am gonna keep my shotgun. The sniper's good, but like I don't quite think it's something I'm gonna be changing to necessarily. So just kind of as an added just in case kind of thing, I'm gonna hold on to my shotgun just because of how much damage it does. Oh, and plus the longbow shock grenades I have, those I'm gonna go ahead and sell. Just don't need them. Yeah, I already saw that, and I can go ahead and throw another into there. Okay, so now we can throw on the next piece with Crom. So there is a little bit of fighting here, just kind of moving up towards the gang. Really not all that much here though. It's just a couple few basic enemies up until this main portion where it's going to open up for us. kind of showing us the basic structure that the area is gonna be set up as, though. Getting us kind of used to it.
Yes, feel it.
Or at least that's the idea, to get you used to what's to come. So going through the mountains and the canyon, winding path. All of this jazz. Really nothing very interesting about all of this, though.
All right, brother!
Really simple combat up here. Nothing all that important going on there. So here we are, got that save. Notice how it, there we go.
Please don't shoot, please don't shoot, please don't shoot, please don't shoot, please, 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 please.
So, got to meet Crom now. So, Crom's not the nicest guy, but the problem is he's got a big gun up there, and he, you know, you see those rounds, he's just shooting at us. So we're not in their aggro range. You know, the psycho, the midget psycho's angry, but you know, he's not doing anything. But what we could do to deal with that is just shoot at Crom. So this is the method to deal with Crom. And because there's no regen, you would get away with this. Yeah, so you just got, you know, Reaver's Edge, and you would very easily just kind of power through Crom. No problem from down here. Now, after you break Crom's turret, you do have to then actually fight him on foot. So be warned about that. But even still, it is nothing really noteworthy or super difficult. Where did that psycho go? Oh, he fell down. You do have to be careful. The rockets will knock you off. You know, the knockback, all of that still in play, as well as all of the enemies here damaging you, all of that good stuff. You know, any of those regular issues, in other cases before, not existing there. But you know, all of the normal stuff that is really painful and difficult on you is just exponentially worse because you're constantly avoiding the turret But now I'm also having to worry about a similar, vein of issues.
I got something for you.
Constantly just spread by what, all these barrels. Too bad that sucked. Got excited thinking purple and element. You will also notice, so what I'm doing is, when I reload, as soon as you put it in, as soon as the shells go in, you can actually melee to reload cancel. So I'm actually getting damage in with the melee and then reloading. So if you do it too early, it doesn't. But as soon as they put the shells in, it does then count as a reload. So this is the problem. Because right here, I have no second wind. I am just out. Period. Granted, I do just respawn at the bottom of the canyon, but the fight itself is not hard. But when you take a death like that, it sets you up pretty bad. Having to start all the way down from the bottom, pretty annoying. It's not necessarily an actual problem. Like I said, just annoying. And if you've been on top of things like you should be, you're perfectly fine. Yay. So, that was our old buddy, old pal, Crom. So we're going to go ahead and find out what he's got in his safe.
You found another piece of the key without my help. Or did you? I'm always watching you, friend. Be careful. Others are starting to see their own opportunity.
Always watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Is that just me? Am I the only one? That's all I heard from that. Yeah. That claptrap piece sent off the back here. Definitely could have used that. But, so, we actually get Crom's sidearm, which is a pretty solid repeater. Really just not much use to us. But, it can be really good in a playthrough if you're a little starved for gear. We didn't really get anything gear-wise that's going to be of use to us. So we'll kind of go from there. Just double checking what all we got. So we need to head over to Earl. Okay, so yeah, we gotta literally go everywhere to turn this stuff in. So although it's a little sketchy looking, with directional input, like while you're falling, you can make that pretty easy. So when you're leaving from Crom's Canyon, it's pretty easy to just kind of run straight down. My normal game plan when I'm leaving, if I'm doing all of the side quests here. If I'm not gonna do all the side quests and I'm just coming to grab Crom and then leave, then I'll just kind of save quit and go that route. But you can kind of get away with whatever you need done, actually. I am gonna stop at the shop here to actually get my inventory cleared out. That way, if I pick up anything else or hit any stores, or not stores, actual chests along the way, I actually have room for it. I'd rather have plenty of space and be able to hold whatever and I could find. I need we got going over this way as usual, checking the shop, and then gonna go straight to Crazy Earl.
Shooting bullets just not cool enough for you? Get a Maliwan and light some people on fire.
You lost? We got ourselves a hero here. You want some of this?
You can kind of tell what some of the guns are just based off sound. Time cues aren't necessarily the best thing to use. So, like, don't go purely off that. They added a lot of like zone triggers, stopping the enemies from chasing you into certain areas. So I was curious if they added one for Earls,
what you
because normally you would get chased into here all the time, which
And good
still could.
riddance.
Get your minutes here.
Uh, Gotta find out where I am. That's terrible.
Cheap, reliable, lightweight, and incredibly fast.
Listen, you somehow
Okay,
managed
that
to
could be
not
really
die
good.
and get my alien artifact back for that Crom. You keep it the hell away from me. Bury it, give it to Tannis, build an orphanage out of it. I don't care. Do not bring it back to me.
Jeez. 74. Pretty good too. Just gonna go ahead and sell that right away. Absolutely no. I still had the 40% from this in my head, and I saw that, and I thought 40% extra XP for a level 16 class mod. I was about to lose my mind. Yeah, dude, that would be actually like just ridiculously insane. We'll go to New Haven now and then hit up Tanis and go from there.
I hope you're avoiding the negative element around here. That's all for the time being.
Okay. Oh. That could be pretty good. Jeez. That fire rate kind of sucks, but that might just be worth grabbing just cause. Let's see about that one. Oh yeah, that's fair. Oh, yeah, we're gonna go ahead. We'll give that one a spin. Let's get over to the Rust Commons West and see what we can do. Yeah, it's over here. Just running over here to talk to our friend Jamie Lee Curtis. I may have enjoyed the movie, but I don't care who you are. You gotta acknowledge it was not a good representation of what Borderlands is. Like, it just wasn't. I don't know, man. Like,
What can you do for me?
they tried, dude. Okay.
Hello! There are new missions available at the Middle of Nowhere bounty board.
Oh shit.
If I'm lucky. got?
You killed the ugly one. I asked Pierce to give you Class A clearance, and she declined, so I stole her robotic arm until she'd give it to you. You should have little trouble moving forward. Are we friends? I think I would enjoy that.
Bruh. You gotta give props to Tannis. He just said, "Yeah, I stole her robotic arm until she gave you permission, just 'cause, you know, I needed you to be able to do that."
Let's get you rolling. Alright, sure got you right now.
Let's get out of here.
Hello! There are new missions available at the Middle of Nowhere bounty board.
So since we actually got to go right by this bounty board, I'll go ahead and grab these. Don't really think there's much I'm gonna do side mission wise.
Governor Pierce has more jobs for you in New Haven.
Wonderful. Yeah, side mission wise, there's really not all that much I really plan on doing. I might do this one. Some of the ones, for like the side bosses, I might do that kind of stuff. Just because it's neat. But I really don't think I'm gonna go above and beyond to do like some of the purely like unnecessary, like elective kind of things. Yeah. So we're right up over here. So the reason Tannis had to ask for permission is to get me access for these bridges, is what she's actually getting turned on. Oh, that's the problem. I had the wrong permission turned on. But same. I will still be getting these turned on. That's what she was asking for permission to get turned on. Same kind of thing though when I'm in these puddles. There are barrels that will blow up and tear up the car pretty bad. So you gotta watch out. Since I'm right here, I'll go ahead and stop and hit this shrine. valve is up that away, which I will get access to in just a moment. There is a neat little aspect of travel. We will get the
Searching
here in
database.
just a moment.
Your DNA has been granted Class A clearance. Lowering
Well,
bridge.
that's the clearance that Tannis had to request for us. She was able to get us that clearance, and
I command the bridge to descend.
because of that, now we can get the bridges lowered. That travel was, all these bridges were lifted to stop the bandits from kind of fucking people up. So, when you are...
suggest we may find another vault key fragment at the trash coast. Unfortunately, in your way are the inhabitants of Jamestown, who smell of alcohol and ignorance. They like science as much as I like the idea of music. Music is wasteful and stupid.
Tannis just seems like a fun person, don't she? This is one of the side quest little named unique guys. Since he's a spider ant, he's really easy to deal with. Just gotta dodge him a couple times and hit his giant crit spot. Really convenient for you. Start like that. We are just cranking it right back on over his way. Be all that bad. Should be a pretty quick little turnaround. Oh, so that we got to go over that. So I might as well test out the interesting strategy to circumvent a little bit of fighting later. So for a later mission, to fight a little boss, we actually used to have a strategy. Instead of having to fight a bunch of the enemies, we would take the car and we would use a little bit of how sticky the cars are and that gap right there to just kind of drive on up, because you're not supposed to get a car back here. But what if you did? And that boss will come right out of this wonderful spot here. You know, along with all the other things they've kind of fixed and made, just thrown a shield of an invisible wall to stop you from doing fun stuff. I thought they might have fixed that. Kind of fixed that one. Really nice SNS sniper. Immediately, just, you know, got me excited. Didn't even take a second. That War Stomper would probably be pretty good too, but I don't need it. Guy says, "Stop shooting, I surrender." Excuse me once again, cough. This stuff isn't like a really hard area of fighting. It's just, as you can see, it's super dense spawns, and it only is worse later on with a few more badasses. So it's just, that's why we came up with the, or we looked for anything, plus the actual boss himself. He can drop a hybrid. So, yet another reason why people were looking for a more efficient way to farm him. Let me get out of here. It is as simple as just yeeting on off. Just made flowers. 65 by 8. Nice little shotgun. I'm definitely not using it. There's just not really much of a reason. Yeah, so that right there is the epitome of like an SNS sniper to me. Perfect. Dude, just chef's kiss. Obviously the damage is high, but you know, it's 4 levels above where I'm at, I think. I think I'm 27 or 28. So it's either 3 or 4 levels ahead, but almost 3 fire rate, solid damage, a good crit damage bonus, high magazine, low zoom, which is, I'm not a huge fan of the big zoom on this game. I tend to like the zoom to be fairly manageable. SNS makes such great snipers in this game. The only thing that can make that better is add shock. Which is a thing that can happen. So from there, we're just gonna go on and meet our friend Taylor Cobb. Right? So we see quite a bit of improvements over the course of the first game to the second game. In terms of, you know, randomly spawning like bosses. For example, King Mong being something that comes to mind for me as one of the first things. They really just kind of nailed it with that kind of thing, as well as much more like targeted farming.
Can I help you?
Yes, you can. So, this fine gentleman wants us to go kill his brother. So, Taylor Cobb, that we just talked to, wants us to go kill his brother Janus Cobb, who happens to be in that little area that we just went to. You notice I'm not going through all the extra steps I was with the car. There's our buddy here. Kind of weird he didn't come out of the boss location I pointed out earlier. He drops a neat little unique meat grinder. It's a good little support SMG, or not SMG, machine gun. Nothing super noteworthy with it. It's a good guaranteed machine gun if you don't currently have one and you've been using them through your playthrough. Let's try this shotgun. Absolutely not. Yeah, this shotgun is definitely the move. Really happy with the choice. As I said, we'll probably figure out a little bit later what I was talking about with that little trick to get around that wall. I'll probably show you guys a little bit more on that later.
Can I help you?
Oh, just New Haven. Okay. Yeah. I remember.
I should warn you about Tannis. There is something strange about her. We haven't had a supply transport.
Marcus was going to say something about we haven't had a supply transport for her in quite a while. Hopefully,
What can I do for you?
Says. Okay, so this is a amazing side mission having us investigate Old Haven, because you know obviously this is New Haven, There is an Old Haven. We will definitely be doing this one. And relighting the beacons. Probably won't do that one if you want to be honest.
See you soon.
But there's a decent shot. We'll check out that other one.
All makes guns for professional mercs. They're heavy, accurate, and effective, assuming you're strong enough to hold one.
So when you get a gun like this without like the stock, that always just looks goofy, in a fun way, but goofy nonetheless.
Tor combines good damage, high fire rate, and recoil reduction into one lethal weapon.
Can I help you?
He's got some interesting valuables also. That's a pretty easy side quest we might do here. We'll do his side quest first, actually. Let's do this one here first. Gotta. There we go. Got to get that set up properly. We're gonna do this side quest, and then we'll go check on that there story quest as well. Actually, I haven't checked on proficiency. So, pistols is up to 8, SMGs up to 13 now. You know, very, very rapidly kind of getting all those up. And you are noticing very, like, big changes on these. It doesn't start as much. Ooh. Ooh. Some of the pages are stuck together. Yeah, it starts off as a very like minimal thing, but it becomes so crucial to like making any of these guns like actually worth it. Obviously, since I'm here, gonna go ahead tap that. Bad. level 28, so I was a little off on my guess about where I was. So, only 3 levels off already. Little over, about a third probably, I'd say, to 29, so really not that far off from that sniper being valid to use. And that sniper should be usable through probably to the end of the game, honestly. Or at least that's what I would think. So that right there is where we would go for the side quest to deal with King Wee Wee. We still might do that one. I don't think I'm gonna do it today. I did intend to initially, but there are other things going on, like I talked about earlier with the dog. But partially just there's a lot of stuff going on in the game also that I'd like to make sure that we get to some of the more pertinent stuff first. I don't want to sit in here all day focusing on every side quest. And you know, King Wee Wee is definitely a very important figure, but I don't know if he's the most important. Alright, now let's get us over here to Janestown and finding our gift. That's really sweet of them, you know, giving us a gift because of what we did for them. Like, normally we just get, like, a single gun. They gave us a whole container? Oh, it sounds like it bites. Check it out, guys. Yeah, they gave us a midget. And a bunch of guys to jump us.
Alright, boys, take him out! Nobody kills my buddy!
So, yeah, we were set up by that guy that we went and killed his brother for him.
A little something something he needs done. You should ask him about it.
At least he put a bathroom in here for the little guy. But other than that, yeah, this is bullshit, huh? Bounty board, scooter, go talk to the little dude, little homie.
Can I help you?
Hello again. Dr. Tannis has always been very interested in isolating herself. She makes it difficult for me to trust her. That's all for the time being.
Let's get you rolling.
Hey, I got my eye. I'll just wait your turn, man. Bye now.
So now we got all those extra little side quests from earlier where we would have, where we were for Earl. So although it says tough, we're literally just half a level behind what it's rated for, and our gear is quite strong, I would say. So I'm not worried in the slightest. Not to mention, um, we have the little trick up our sleeve for it. So no worries there. Like we said before, this one's pretty easy kind of deal with. The easiest way to do this one is just, go straight through and then you cut just like we did before, follow, and then you're going to follow the bridge. Yeah, Vault Hunter driving school is not exactly the most prestigious driving school, but, well, we get our license. That's something, all right? We don't get many things on Pandora.
The next time you see Tannis, tell her to come see me in New Haven. Wherever she's getting her supplies, I know I can make her a better deal.
Back to Marcus just trying to corner the market. Okay, so now since Taylor Cobb had us kill his brother, and then because we did him a favor by killing his brother, he gave us a gift of an ambush. We're gonna come kill him, because yeah, fuck you. So we're gonna set up our little swoop right back up there. So everything got a little bit worse, but we're gonna hop out of the car because I definitely want to get the full XP for the kills here. I definitely don't think that's the hybrid, so not super excited here, but I'll take it either way. This is the roaster. Jesus.
Take him out! You're going down!
Wonderful. Now, do your best to prepare yourself for what's ahead. I'll contact you again soon.
I have a problem, I'm sorry guys. I can't help it. What if really not much better than what we had.
Hyperion asks, what good is a gun that doesn't shoot where you point? Get a gun that's as accurate as you are.
It's time for my pound of flesh!
Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, I don't really think I know what? Send it. I'll go ahead and I'll probably use the roaster here. I guess. I'll try. So, yeah, the roasters, it's not my favorite, honestly. I just haven't even used the rocket launcher at all this playthrough. So I felt kind of obligated to a little bit, but probably not gonna. I don't think I'm gonna start, if you want to be honest. Yeah, I'm probably not. Honestly, I probably just preemptively sold the Firehawk there because the sniper's going to take place of it. Because I am getting into the point where I'll be able to start swapping over to the Defiler as kind of that primary elemental option. We are going to meet his favorite Claptrap up here.
Without a master, I have two options. I can listen to you move your disgusting meat flaps, or I can stick an electrode up my back panel and call it paradise. I will comply with what you need, then get out of my scan range.
Prepare yourself. Your next challenge awaits. It might seem insurmountable, but you can do this. You will prevail.
Yeah, this Claptrap's kind of mean, isn't he?
Oh! Crazy Earl has more jobs he'd like that chump Vault Hunter to do.
So, I know it wants us to go straight there, but we actually have a neat little thing to do, and then I'm probably gonna call it. So, right when you turn in that mission there and have opened up that fast travel, you should be able to come back here to New Haven, and one of those neat Easter eggs opens up for you. Up until the remaster was released, and aside from modding, there was no way in the game to get anything. There was no way to get anything relating to Gearbox in this game, aside from one, and that was this Easter egg. You could get this Easter egg. You can get a Gearbox manufacturer weapon. You know, just because it's fun to use the roaster one time. Here you go. Look, checking it all out down here. So you can only access this room at this specific moment in the game. And you can do it on both playthroughs. But after this, if you do any portion of the progression on this quest, you are unable to access this room. You've actually seen me come to by this door a couple times, but this is the only time you can access this room. It's right here at this exact moment in the quest. You notice there's a red and a white chest down here. The white chest is a normal chest. Cool. Nothing all that special. If you look pretty closely, you might see some interesting, stuff, such as a tree of trash, with some ornaments on it. Okay. This kind of stuff is later referenced as Mercenary Day in Borderlands 2, specifically with an entire headhunter pack to it, as well as what is this possibly a reference to? A lamp with a leg. So that's not what we're here for. So, this is the only available gearbox weapon in the game before the Game of the Year edition, the 2019 remaster, came out, which put in the gearbox legendaries into the game, and aside from modding, which also had gearbox available as a manufacturer. This was the only available thing, and it is a reference to a Christmas story, the Red Ryder BB gun, with the red text, "Careful, you might put someone's eye out." It is a no-scope sniper, similar to the elephant gun that we had earlier in the game, with a huge magazine and a really high fire rate, really low damage, but it also has good crit modifier. First off, I'm gonna go ahead. So, it's actually got good iron. So it's like actually usable. The only downside of this is no matter what, you can't really do all that much with it because the damage is stagnant. And once that room closes, it's pretty much done. After this point in the quest, it's over. We're done in there, and that's gonna be that. But that was kind of the key point there. It's a really neat little Easter egg that you really can't ever get back to. Doesn't necessarily do a whole lot for you, obviously, but it does. It's a cool thing that when the game came out, it took a lot of people a long time because people found this gun, and then online it started getting duped and traded, and then people would, freak out because, well, where did this mythical, is this fake? Especially before the mod tools got released, people had no idea what was going on with it. And now we do know that it's a completely legitimate thing. It's just, this is this is what they have going on. Okay, so yeah, it took quite a, not really a ton of time, but it took people quite a while to figure out the exact point in the story where you could knock that out. But now that we have that figured out perfectly, it's really cool being able to kind of get that done and consistently do it. the biggest problem with the rider is that it is only able to be gotten twice, and there's no way to farm it or save it for when you're max level. You are stuck getting it at those exact 2 points, so you can't get it at level 50. It will always be a level 21-ish. There are, due to part chain differences, you can get 2 different rarities of it. So there is a blue rider. You can get a blue one. And you know what? Just for that sake, I'll actually save quick, and we'll see if I can. Because you can farm this. Since we're at this point in the game, you can farm it, which is a neat aspect. Some people have never really thought about that. Not to mention, it's like I said, it's not exactly the strongest weapon, but it is an interesting thing, especially for the collection. Like, just to have sort of in the showcase to be able to flex for whatever little internet karma. Okay, a 200% melee damage razor.
Crazy Earl has more jobs he'd like that jump
That's
ball
pretty
plucker to
nice.
do.
A blast sniper is pretty good too.
There are new missions available at the middle of nowhere bounty board.
I could maybe be swayed on that bladed just because it's got the 200. A detonator flaw. That's pretty good.
Easy to use gun.
All this stuff.
Yes, because it is still, fairly random, and because most of the parts, there are quite a few of the parts that are locked. It is somewhat difficult. That's why it's also hard to do, or that's why it's impossible for it to be purple. There were for a long time rumors of a purple rarity rider. That has long been disproved. The only way a rider could be purple is if it's modded. Which is a very common thing also. People mod the rider and do all kinds of fun stuff with that. Modded characters are a very fun thing, which I should still have. I should have a modded character loaded up on here and show you guys some of the fun stuff with that. I'll probably. I might try and show you guys some of that. He doesn't want to share his Christmas present. Jeez. 350 and 250. That's a lot. Yeah, whenever the remaster came out and I merged saves and stuff, I brought a couple characters over from way back in the day. I only was able to do and because I even had my Xbox from when I was like my first Xbox got stolen a long time ago, which actually ended up causing most of my stuff to get lost, and kind of going from that. Yeah, that's pretty hard hitting sniper. That's crazy. But most of my stuff ended up getting lost and wiped, so I then from there had to kind of build back up. Yeah, so those were all the same. But from there I had to rebuild up, and I luckily had a couple really good friends in the time in the modding community that kind of helped with some of the stuff, like rebuilding. Like they just shared other save files for like some of the stuff that we were doing at the time, but for the most part, there was a lot of because we were doing a lot of really hardcore farming for the big raid boss of this game. Just trying to farm for the Pearl Essence in this game. But that's not necessarily a crazy thing at that point. We just had save files for essentially like overtuned characters, essentially carrying massive loads of items of all sorts. So I think I should have one or two of those saves on here now that I could we could explore some of that if we have time. An upgraded defiler. Okay, so this is a great example of a variance in stuff. So my defiler is level 23. That is 25. Why is it almost doing double damage? Yep, that's a bit more. In case there was any question, yes, I'm fine. Perfect. Okay, so here I got the rider that is blue rarity now, and it also has explosives. So if we were to compare the difference is the element. It's the accessory that really just changes it. There's no accessory on the other one, and on the blue rarity, it has an accessory which lowers the damage and adds the element of explosive. That's all that is. And because there's no accessory, there's nothing adding to the rarity, and that's all. So yeah, pretty dope. Makes me happy. I was able to get that. I was getting a little worried there, but really cool, really a really fun thing to be able to show. We'll probably try to use that a little bit. Like I said though, it's not that great. As you can see, it's underperforming even now. It's referencing a BB gun, and it references the BB gun very well. For whatever that's worth. The problem is it underperforms this sniper. A green level 16 sniper. And yeah, it's just not a great weapon. But it's a fun Easter egg that they didn't have to put in, and they did it anyways. So we have to give them props and appreciate them because they did it no matter what for us. I kind of think, just like all those goofy magic tricks Randy has done over the years, although extremely, cringe, and we could say whatever, they do it, and, no matter the secondhand embarrassment, we see it, and we enjoy it, and they do it for our enjoyment. Maybe a little bit for themselves, because they like it too, but soapy. Like I said, though, guys, so far today, we were able to get through meeting Tanis, going around. We started up a couple bounty board missions. We did some of that. We met Crazy Earl, who was a pretty cool guy. Then we did some things for him. We were actually able to go get another vault piece by taking on Crom, doing a couple other little odd jobs around. We took care of the Cobb brothers, dealt with that little bit of betrayal. And then we checked out the Rider Easter egg. Starting into the next stream, we are going to go start off with Smoke Signals, Investigate Old Haven. That is going to be the first thing that we dive into next time, guys. I would love to have anybody check in with me next time we start up. I plan on probably doing that in the next day or two. Aside from that, please check me out on YouTube at Nerd with No Land. That's also linked in the bio here on Twitch. Any support you guys can give by just viewing, liking, sharing, anything like that is greatly appreciated. And I will see you guys next time. Thank you and goodbye.